what it's doing, but it really dumped this morning, and overnight, I should say. So be a little bit careful. We're usually like about 2 or 3 points. We're probably more at 4 or 5 points right now with our stops and profit targets. So let's give you our levels for this morning. Our pivot this morning is 42.91, 42.91. Support at 81, 74, 68, 58, and 48. Resistance on the upside at 98, 05, 43.05, 14, 23, 28. Okay, so again, pivot 91. Support 81, 74, 68, 58, 48. Resistance on the upside at 98, 05, 14, 23, and 28. All right. So again, very market all of a sudden just opened up 50 S&P, 60 S&P's point lower. That's a big surprise here. I haven't seen that movement in quite a long time. And if you look at the chat window there, you will see the levels imprinted for you as well. So again, take those and kind of use them in your trading as a guide to the day. Again, to extend your stops here a little bit because of the volatility that's in the market, and also your profit targets as well. But be careful. Again, the extra volatility does come into play when the markets go down, and the market is down. And I am trying to figure out why, and I just can't seem to figure out why. Nobody really told me. I've been listening all morning to some stuff. I can't figure out why. Yields are amazingly low. Look at the bonds are just completely just ripping people apart there. Whoever's trading the bond market, if you're trying to stay short that market, they're just being relentless as the market is coming up here and testing our 98 area. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we can. Anyway, we're not here in the business to try to figure out what's going on with the market. Anyway, we're just here to trade the opportunities in front of us and scalp the market. Again, we use our levels that we give out as setups in addition to price action opportunities that occur as well. So the combination of both the levels and price action opportunities give us setups and opportunities to trade. Now, we like to average, and I keep saying this is because we haven't been averaging, but we'd like to average about 4. We do average about 4 or 5 trades during the course of any day. These days, it hasn't been so much, but I think today we might get opportunity. I don't know. I'm just having this feeling, so we'll see what happens. All right, we're coming up here testing our 98 area here. As you can see, again, understand the level of what the market is doing, and try to take into consideration what is how the market's trading, and then make sure you scalp the market, because that's what you're here to do. We're not trying to hit home runs, okay? Good morning there, Wayne. If you could repeat the levels if you look at the chat box area, we're going to repeat the levels for us. There they are. There are the levels for you in the chat box area as the market is kind of testing this 98. And if the volatility is a little bit too great right off, just be patient. Again, not a surprise that we are jumping back up here really quickly. And again, remember, I said the volatility is there, so be very careful. We inched up to 97 and traded off, even 97.5, and it came off, and we kind of hung. So you got to take that into consideration when you saw what was going on there at the 97 area, right? Always got to keep that, watch the price action. It helps you with your next opportunity or lack of. Okay. Again, remember, we have to take into consideration the volatility. It's giving you a chance here. If you did take it and it got out or got in, it's giving you a chance to get out, or maybe you averaged in a little bit different. Remember, your averages got to be a lot different than they are when we're trading when it's slow, right? How you scale in, not your average, but how you scale into a position, how you scale into a level. So at 98, probably you're looking at the even and up at, you got to scale in a little bit differently around the level instead of just taking the level straight down. Stopped out. How? How'd you get stopped out? Well, you got to increase your stops today because of the volatility, right? I mean, we can't keep it at 2 points today. Okay. I mean, it's just the nature of the volatility. So when we have more increased volatility, if you're going to use a 2-point stop, I suggest you don't trade. Right? It's not going to be feasible to trade because of the extra movement that we're going to see in the market today. So we're looking minimal 3 or 4 points. Oh, okay. So minimal 3 or 4 points with your stop and profit targets, minimal. Okay. So that keeps you in the game today. So if you're going to do a 2-point stop, I would suggest not to trade, only because it's not feasible with the volatility that's there. So just be patient. I mean, you saw how we can get back into like lackadaisical trade very easily. So, definitely stay focused and understand what's going on in the market today with the extra volatility, and it's very welcome. Even though we might get stopped out of a trade, we're going to get back in, right? I mean, you're going to find another opportunity. It's not like we're going to be lacking opportunity today. So just stay focused and, make sure you keep your stops in place. Let's see. All right, so the 98 level got up to even and change up there. Hopefully you were able to stay with it, or maybe averaged in very nicely there. And you got a nice rotation here off of that, especially if you got in the even area as a an average, and you could have made a case for it, that psychological area there. A big down day for equities across the globe as worries resurface about economic comeback from the pandemic. Japan declared a state of emergency in Tokyo for the upcoming Olympic Games, while the worldwide death toll for COVID-19 topped 4 million late on Wednesday. Investors are also continuing to rotate into safety of treasuries, pushing the yield to the lowest since February. That's I keep telling you, it's just amazing. Almost telling you that this break was coming, right? Well, I always say the bonds are going to tell you what's going to happen. Okay. But, who knew it was going to just pop open like 50 points lower? All right, with nice rotation, if you're trying to stay long, if you're just, trying to, I would cover any shorts down in this area right in here. This looks like a good spot. This is also our pivot area. And coming back to this. So nice trade if you did get in. And you were able to kind of maybe hang in there with it. So obviously, remember, you are expanding your stops here today because of the extra volatility. We do like to stay to 2 to 3 points, and we have been normally. And if you've been with us over the last month or so, we definitely have been complaining about the lack of volatility. And you listen to me talk more, which is not a good thing. But not today. Today we're talking about market movements, this like that. So if we did cover them down there at the 92 area, as a nice little trade. Could have made a case for getting long as well. As I suggested, to get out of shorts. So it's also a possibility of getting long. Again, these are price action plays. I'm going to tell you, obviously, the levels are there for everybody, but price action plays are a little bit different. Those are taught in our education course, and so we keep it to our. I'll tell you what could have happened. Sometimes I'll say something. If I say something like, "This is where I want to cover," it's taught in our class, and everything I say is taught. It's not like I'm saying stuff because I feel like talking and saying stuff, right? So if our methodology or any part of it interests you and you'd like to learn a little bit more, please let us know. All right, so let's see. Japan declared a state of emergency as the death toll over COVID-19 topped 4 million on Wednesday. Investors also continue to rotate in treasuries, pushing the yield to a new low. The yield last night at 125. Amazing. We were pushing almost 2% on the well, close to 2% on the 10th. It's on 1.25. That's a huge move, percentage wise and just overall. The non-farm payrolls report from Friday showed the U.S. adding 850. Wait. Okay, wait, I got that jumped. So here we go. I would not touch the 92 this time. And next downside support will be down at 81. Early benchmark in Japan and China dropped 1% overnight as Europe is down more than 2% at midday. Things aren't looking bright in the United States, where the down S&Ps are off about 1.5%. A day after hitting fresh records high. That's right. Yesterday, the 53 was right up there and tested. Dollar. So this is like, it's a big move to the downside, but probably kind of expected. Meanwhile, the dollar edged higher while the oil slipped 1% to $71 a barrel following supply policy breakdown in the latest round of OPEC. And market continues to slip back down here to our pivot players. Maybe you are taking advantage of it. If not, don't worry about it. Look for the 81 level down below. That's our next good support area. The Labor Department today will publish the latest round of jobless claims, which I think were right around where it was expected for unemployment compensation ending on week July 3rd. Again, next support level we have is down at the 81 area. When the thing decides to go, it decides to go. All right. So be careful, be patient, wait for the opportunities. 81 down below is the next support level. Job openings remained at a record high 9.2 million in May, according to the latest data from the Labor Department, though quits dropped slightly to 3.6 million. From a historical peak of 3.9 in April. The high demand for labor comes as the economy fully reopens. As the market continues to downtick, looking for the 81 level down below as support. And the companies are turning away business because of labor shortages, and that's a shocking move as the market comes down here to the 81 area. Quickly again, this is why you have to make sure you stay with your stops no matter what the situation is. All right, because we never know when we're going to open up the floodgates in any moment in time. Coming back down here to the 81. Okay. Nice rotation there off of our 81, at least initially. Got down to, remember, your scaling's got to be a little bit different, right? So can't half a point is not probably going to work out that well. That did pop off of the 92 area. If you did get in early in there at 92, then you did all right. Again, kind of working scaling it is different. It also depends on your contract size, risk tolerance, and also how many contracts you trade. Maybe your scaling has also got to be toned down a little bit today because of the volatility. All these things come into play, and you have to manage your risk a little bit when the markets get a little bit more volatile. But like I said, you're going to get opportunities to trade, so just stay focused and make sure you put your stop in and get out to the next. When your stop gets triggered, that way you keep yourself out of trouble. Right. Again, if you remember, I said our scale's got to be a little bit different, so we can't. If you did get in at 82 there, you're getting a nice pop back up here. You have a trailing stop or anything else that you have, probably about a 3-point trailing stop, I think would be fair. You're going to get swallowed up in it anyway. So now, because we got down to 81 and a half there, okay, got to be a little bit careful there of the going to retest this 81 now. If you didn't get in at 81, just because of where it stopped, be a little bit careful here as to where your entry point is going to be. So if you didn't get the 81, maybe do the lower end of your scale if you didn't get 81. It's obviously a little bit more risky than it was just a couple minutes ago. It's just a matter of adjusting, right? You have to see what the market is telling you and then adjust. And that's what we're doing here. And it's okay if you didn't get in at 82 because against 81, remember, it's an area we're getting into. It's all right. The non-farm payrolls report from Friday showed the U.S. adding 850 jobs in June, although it would take more than a year of that rate to restore employment to pre-pandemic trends. A year of that, a year of 850 every month. That's a huge number to try to achieve, by the way. Millions of Americans who lost their jobs have yet to even begin looking around or take offers, as industries hit hardest by the pandemic are on edge for workers. Restaurants, bars, hotels created 89,000 new openings in May before hiring 340 in June, but leisure and hospitality were also one of the only sectors where resignations continue to accelerate. So we did go out to dinner with a couple of my kids the other night, and I have to tell you, we waited a very long time for service because there's not too many people working. Yes, Michael, we are trading equity futures, mini S&Ps. We are looking at the S&P market. I got 5 there, Robert. Okay, nice rotation here off of the level that we gave out. Now remember, I said you have to be a little bit mindful here of the 81 now. If you did not get, did you get our levels there, Michael, that we gave out this morning? There they are for you in case you didn't get them. As the market, again, getting very whippy, chopping around. Be patient, wait for the opportunities, and make sure you keep your stops in place. Okay, well, they didn't like it on the downside. Now they rally it quickly up here. Okay, this is where you good thing to stay kind of flat, not have anything going on. The only thing we could have had was being a little bit long down below, if that was possible, because of the because of our area down below. Never told you to get short anywhere. We're getting a nice little whipsaw move here off the lows. Coming right back there down to our pivot area, trying to hold our pivot area. So this is getting choppy here. This is where we like to stay out of trouble, hopefully. Hopefully not have anything going on here when it does these kind of moves. And they're violent moves when it gets like this. And that's why we're, telling you to make sure you pick your spots, be patient. And that way you don't get caught up in these moves when market, decides to, they got caught everybody short and everybody runs to the exits at the same time. Hopefully, if anything, we were trying to keep you a little bit long from the downside support level there. Next resistance level on the upside is nothing up until 05, 06 area. Moving around really fast. That's why we suggested before keeping your stops wide so that when we get into a trade, that you are getting in it and giving the slippage a chance. Okay, so kind of again, like I said, this is no man's trade in here. This little rotation. We had support there at 81, did not get filled, and well, depending on how you traded, right? And we are trading futures, equity futures, mini S&Ps, in case some of you are coming in here from trading options or what have you. Or even trading stocks, right? This is a different world, just a little bit. It's interesting, fun, exciting. Every day's a new day. Never a dull day here. Well, it can get boring, but never a dull day because you never know when things are going to snap on and get going. All right, let's see here. So yesterday they did have those the FOMC minutes were released, and as you can tell from the market, they kind of rallied it a little bit on that news, as that's what they like to do. So remember, next level on upside resistance is up at the 05, 06 area. All right. Well, that's a good question. Was the why do we have the bonds up there? Well, as a personal note, I traded in the bond market for a very long time. On a more professional level, is why we have it up here with the S&Ps. I think the bond market kind of will at some point give us a good indication where the equities might be going. And so that could be a good guide for us. Sometimes we look for inverse trades. Sometimes we're trading together. But I think the bond market overall will be helping us sometimes, not all the time. So that's one of the main reasons we have them up there. But mainly because I used to trade bond market for a long time, and that's where I started my career, and I just have to have them up there just because. But I think I do think that they do help at some point, especially when things come back to normal, whatever normal is, right? Because things are a little bit goofy these days with how things are supposed to go. But usually there's inverse trade between bonds and S&Ps, and right now we had the same trade. And actually, if you really think about it, with the bond market going up to these all-time highs, they were kind of hinting at some kind of break, maybe here in the S&Ps, and actually, today we're getting that break. They both were going at all-time highs, and interim highs, I should say. Bond market was going at interim high, but the S&Ps were going at all-time high. One of those had to give. Right. Again, we're not thinking long term. We're trading short term, but we like to look at the overall picture sometimes to keep us on the right side of the market. I don't know if that makes sense, but and again, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to put them down in the chat box area. Comments, questions, concerns, worries. We're here. All right, we're coming back up here to the highs here, interim highs, and we're looking at 05 to 06. There's our next resistance level. Okay, again, being patient, waiting for a trade to kind of set itself up, or a setup to play itself out, a price action opportunity to come into play. That's what we're waiting for here. Even though the markets are kind of moving around, you're seeing the numbers change on your platform. Doesn't mean that it's a good opportunity to trade. All right, Mark, I like your new style here. Hit and run, baby. I like it. All right, again, we are a little chop range here. This is back and forth, kind of going nowhere fast. You'd be guessing, I'd be guessing to tell you, one way or the other. If anything, maybe you're trying to stay a little bit long, but again, the markets are very, very whippy. So patience is important. I get you. I mean, I really didn't have any. Well, yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta, just gotta wait. On 05 above, kind of 05, 06 area, I have to wait for that. And really, there was really nothing else there. I mean, I tried to. There's really not much here, and it's just chopping around here like this, and it's moving fast. So you gotta, you gotta really have some patience with this thing and wait for the tendency is to want to trade or you know whipping around like this because you feel like something you got to do something, but really it's quite the opposite. Patience is very important, and waiting for either a level to get hit or some kind of price action opportunity to play itself out, something that you could sink your teeth into. But otherwise, I know that you want to trade or you feel like you have to trade, but the patience here is very important to give yourself a fair chance. I mean, it's very hard for me to just tell you that because I want to trade too, but I'm just kind of waiting for something to happen. I mean, I have to because you can easily get caught up in this, you know. We, just it's not a day to just relax. You gotta be patient. I'm trying to talk you through this today. You know, I am trying to talk you through this. Like I said, the easy thing to do is wanting to trade when it's whipping around like that because you're like, oh my god, look at this lost opportunity. So this is the dynamics of trading. When it's very slow, you're like, oh, I wish it was moving around, but it gets very fast. The trade gets very fast, and you're like, and I'm telling you not to trade, right? That's counterintuitive, crazy. I'm nuts to say that, but that's really what's going on here. All right. It's just like you have to. There's no medium here. Sometimes there is a medium that we'll get 4 or 5 good trades in the first hour, and it'd be fantastic. And then, we just never know. You never know. But then when it gets like this, you have to, just be patient and wait for something to kind of get us triggered because that was a vicious rally off the lows there, and Yeah, we were. If anything, we were trying to keep you long against our 81 there, which we got down to 81 and change. So you know, the hard part is to not do anything sometimes. All right, there, Max. That's good. Like I said, sometimes the tendency is to want to overtrade. That's the tendency, or to trade when you shouldn't be trading is the point. All right, we are again. We're just kind of. This is just a whipsaw kind of. Moving around, kind of going nowhere fast kind of trade. I try not to look at too many things while we're trading. Again, just kind of just look at the price action, and kind of it keeps me out of trouble that way. So it also keeps me focused on what's going on with the price action. The tick data sometimes, especially when it moves like this, moves way too fast, and sometimes it's almost a little lagging. I'm not trying to find lagging. I'm trying to find real time stuff. So nothing wrong with using it if it makes you comfortable. Let's put it that way. All right. If you find something that you are comfortable using, then you should continue to use it and just add our stuff to it. But if you can find an advantage in using it, then I would by all means use it and use that as a helper. In addition to anything else that we're, anything that gives you confidence in trading, that's a good thing. And like I said, the tendency when the markets are moving around like this is to want to just jump in. And I'm going to tell you the tendency when the market's moving around like this is to be patient and wait for something, because it's just, we are going to just have opportunities there sometimes and sometimes not. That's all. All right, again, we are just kind of whipping around here. All right, I'm going to chop here. Again, market is trying to figure out where it wants to go. We open up 50 S&P, 50 or 60 S&P points lower, and we've traded both sides of it. So patience is important. We did get a nice rotation there against our 98 to even area to get up to even initially, and then nicely came off. And then we're just kind of, we did go down and we had the 81 level on the downside where we went down there and got down to 81 and change. And if you were scaling in, maybe you were able to take advantage of that opportunity down there, trying to keep you long. And then I had a vicious rally back here. And now basically it's just kind of staying and just chopping around here a little bit. So I would suggest the price action plays get a little bit, tricky. You have to be a little bit patient with them, and the thing about anything we do here is that patience is important, especially when the markets are whipping around like this. And nothing wrong with that. You just have to remember that you're going to get opportunities. You just have to, again, show some patience and wait for the opportunities to kind of present themselves, and then take advantage of it when it does. Very, very little choppy trade in here, kind of staying a little bit of a range. It's just range bound. I don't know if you want to trade the range or not. Not my favorite cup of tea. So it's good. The pivots still work. It depends on the situation. I would say most of the time, yes. But the today, because it's got trading on both sides of it, it becomes a little bit more tenuous. I would say that if we trade away from it and come back to it, maybe it becomes a little bit of an opportunity to trade there. So that it all depends on the situation. Is really the point. Today, it's not. If you are trading the pivot, you're taking heat on both ends of it. So again, when it trades on both sides of the pivot like it is right now, it's hard to say, yeah, we're going to use that as an opportunity to trade, because today it's not working out so well. But again, every day is different, right? Other times the pivot is a key area that we look at, whether you're getting long or short. But given today's price action, that's not so much so the case. So every day is different, like I said. Well, Chad, the real world is not going to allow you to do that anyway. You're going to have a maximum amount set by set by how much money basically you have in your account. So that looks like a good number, but that won't happen in real life. So you don't have to be. It has to be afraid of that happening, that you'll get away with that. They won't let you get away with it. We are drifting down. Remember, like I said, the 81 area, even though that's our next level of support, because it went down to 81 and change earlier, the 81 level this time around is not as strong as it was the first time to it. So I would be very, very careful here. Trading the 81 area. I still trying to figure out how you came up with 42.91. That's a good number. You have a lot of fat fingers on the keyboard there. Well, that's funny. Okay, well that makes sense. I was wondering how that was gonna. I was wondering how that happened. That to me would have been a better. I mean, that I really want to know how he came up with. That was a good. At least that makes sense now. Because I couldn't figure out how in the world you came up with the how. Yeah, yeah, but don't worry, you don't. And they don't. That's not going to ever happen. All right, we're kind of drifting back down here to the lows. Remember, be very careful here if you're going to take this area. Again, because of the way it traded earlier, it's a lot more tenuous, and I don't know if I would jump on this trade right now. Otherwise, I'd just wait for the 74 down below. Probably a better opportunity. It is retesting. That's all it's doing right now. So you have to understand it's retesting it. It could hold the retest and make a nice rotation, or it could continue its downstroke. The risk is there to the downside, so that's why it becomes a lot more riskier. But they could make a case for retesting and seeing what happens from there. But again, either way, you have to understand the risk and then trade it according to your risk tolerance. I know some people like the retest, some people don't. It's one right over the other. You have to understand the risk involved in both, and then if you understand the risk involved in both, then that's fine. Then you trade it according to your risk tolerance. All right. Well, for sure now we're not testing we're not trading the 81 level. We're looking at more at 74 on the downside. That's our next support level that we're looking at. There you go. There you go. There. Yeah, learning from your mistakes. Good job. But again, that would have never happened. You don't have to worry about that. You have to have a pretty hefty account size to be able to trade that size. Well, usually it's about $1,000 for one contract, depending on your firm. So if you had 10 grand in your account, you would trade, and they'll let you trade a maximum of 10, just straight numbers, straight like that. So it's that denomination. When the markets get crazy, they can up the minimum. It could be like 2,000. So basically, they want you to have. Some other firms want the $1,800 per contract for one lot to trade, and some people want 5. So everybody's a little different as to what your minimum is to trade one contract. So let's say you need $1,000 to trade. Your number, you need like $4 million, $5 million account. You're safe. Like I said, you would have been safe. That would have never gotten through. They would have probably laughed at you when they called you and say, "Did you make a mistake?" All right, you can see here they did test it. Come nice rotation all the way back up here. And they have these violent moves right off the lows. Amazing. They take no prisoners. Everybody thought it was going to tank, and then they just come right back, roaring back up here. All right, so it did go retest, and there are the there are your choices. I mean, you do have to understand, well, sometimes it does retest and it does pop back up. And that's what happened there. Sometimes it doesn't retest and just completely continues. You have to understand the risk, and you have to figure out for yourself how many times is it going to retest. Kind of just, is that a trade you would like to take? You've seen it happen. You've seen it work. Those are all options that you're given once you see a trade develop. And I tried to talk you through it, told you what was going to happen. And, some people like the retest trade, some people don't. So natural gas, no, I don't think natural gas has been a topic of conversation for years now. It's been years since anybody even mentioned natural gas as a reason for anything happening. I mean, the number that was released, no, I doubt. I highly doubt that was the key for that little rally here. I think again, you're getting the move to the downside, thinking we're going to go through here psychologically. Okay, it's cool. So the move to the downside is they were thinking it was going to go through, and if it did go through, it was going to go through probably down to considering it got everybody short. And then they just said nope, and the trading gods said no, we're not going to be. So again, this is the dynamics that happens in the market. You got the traders getting short, thinking that we're going to go through because you're going to retest the lows, and coming back here to the lows. And yeah, sure, if we did go through, it'll probably have pushed 5-6 points and maybe down to our next level down at 74. But they got everybody short, and then they just rammed it right back up, and they had everybody jumping to the floodgates at the same time, getting out of their shorts. So that happens. That's what we have to try to be careful of. But also, it's such a violent move because of the volatility is here, and because it's very thinned out. And today we're getting one of those days where we're just jumping around all over the place. So it usually when when it has been slow lately, when you get everybody running to the exits at the same time, you're not going to rally it. What is that? 15 points, right? You're probably going to rally it maybe 5, 6, maybe 3 or 4 points. That's when normal trade is. But today is an exception, and you have to take that into consideration. So if you jumped in there on the retest, you did great. And I was trying to explain it to you when it was happening. And you had to keep your stop pretty tight. Definitely right there below 70, 79 out of any longs would have been to play. And now for sure there's no retest now. Now it's if it goes down there, probably has a good chance of going through down to our next support level down at 74. We are just in usually we're getting our choppy trade is within 3 or 4 points. Well, today is just within 10 to 15 points. That's really all that's going on today.
Hey, a quick shout out to those that are joining us today as guests and our return guests coming in again today. Welcome aboard. If you're interested in sticking around and being part of what we do here on a daily basis, I'll send you out an opportunity to sign up at a significant discount. Right now we have a opportunity to save $279 a month to be part of this service. I'm going to send it out to you in chat. Now that's out to everybody. It's going out to all panelists and attendees, so you should see it in your chat area. Take a moment to sign on. Usually it's $379 a month here to be part of the service on a daily basis for the month. Right now it's on for $100 at a significant discount, so take advantage of it. The link I just sent you is the only link that works for the discount, so make sure you click on the link in the chat area. It'll take you to PayPal. You can register. You're in control. You can cancel at any time. For those that are coming in as return guests, make sure you take care of it so you don't get exited from the service. We're here from 9 a.m. to 12 noon on a daily basis. Saul is your host and mentor. He is actively scalping for his own trading account. He's also providing this service on a daily basis, which includes his key proprietary levels and zones and his commentary through the morning session, which you've been a part of. If you're just coming in, welcome aboard. I'll give you a couple days as a guest to get acclimated, to ask questions. If you're interested in taking the next step, which is Saul's mentoring and his coursework, as a friends and family member, you're entitled to a couple things. One is a trading consultation, and then the opportunity to hear about the opportunity to be part of Saul's course and his mentoring work, where he brings you under his wing, takes you into private class, teaches you his proprietary scalping technique, his price action technique, and how to set his proprietary level so you can do it on your own. What's nice about it, it gives you entry into the service for a year so that you can not only learn from Saul the technique, but you can ask questions as a follow-up to the technique, and you can also be adjusted and tweaked based on the trades that you are doing based on Saul's technique. So it's a price action trading that he has been honing and developing over the last 25 years. This is your opportunity to learn it. This is your opportunity to develop or look to develop what we call consistent profitability in your trading, which is pretty tough to do. We've had a lot of compliments come through this morning based on Saul's professionalism and his levels and what to do and what not to do based on this educational opportunity. Right now it's 10:40 a.m. It is 7/8/2021. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Nothing is to be taken as direct trading advice. So again, the stepping stones here are guest. Quickly over to subscription. Subscription is usually $379. It's offered to you today at $100 a month. It really does separate the wheat from the chaff. In other words, what's the point of us providing the service if you can't pay $100? Why should we even spend time? So it really weeds out those people that are really interested and those that are not. So stick around, sign up, be part of it, and we're here on a daily basis. Thank you. Hey, Andreas, Saul had mentioned that he reached out to you a couple times. Just let me know. I know you said you were going to be busy today, so I'm not sure that he left a message, but he said he'd ring you up at the end of today, or if you want to set something up, just type it into the chat. You guys can communicate back and forth for tomorrow, because you had mentioned that you were more available on Friday. So again, this service is Hey, Andreas, just so you know, Saul can see your posts. So you're really speaking with him. I just wanted to make sure I didn't get to follow up with him about today. So I did communicate with him earlier. So you're right. But I believe that he'll be following up with you, and I appreciate it. Hey, Christine, how are we making out today? Hey, Gabriella, I tried to reach out to you earlier. Tried to reach out to you yesterday. Let me know if you're back. Hey, Wayne, welcome. Hey, Linval, welcome. If there's anybody else that's part of Saul's friends and family that want to have a trading consultation and hear more about the opportunity to work with Saul on a personal level in his private mentoring, let us know. Hey, Andreas, no problem. You know, it's me on one side. I'm in New York, which is interesting. Saul is in Chicago. Saul spent most of his career on the trading floor, the trading pits in Chicago, trading up against what I consider the best traders in the world. He survived and excelled by developing his trading technique and his strategy. I think we're lucky to have him providing this opportunity to join him in Zoom, and also his ability to be able to trade and talk and interact and communicate is pretty rare. And also his ability to teach. And it's interesting because he's teaching you what is really happening, not what, comes out of a textbook. Price action trading is the action of taking or putting trades on in and around specified areas. Saul has learned to set those areas, and if you're paying attention here, you'll quickly note that his levels are pretty darn good. Now, he talks about his levels as levels in zones, which is really important, because in price action trading, it really is a technique that turns into an art form when it comes to knowing when to step in to a trade at a particular price, where not to step into a trade, when not to step into a trade, when a trading level is still valid or not valid, and then the entries, exits, and stops. Like, where do you place your stop so you don't get shaken out as often? Where do you enter a trade? Price. Where do you set your stop? Price. What's your exit strategy? Price. Those are things that are taught based on the reality of the price change and the questions that you have and have answered based on your relationship with Saul. So that's interesting. So it's the concept of being a professional gambler versus a gambler, knowing what to do, why to do it, how to do it. Instead of looking across the table in poker and trying to judge the other player, you're actually judging the price action in and around, the market change, the price movement in and around a particular price. Now, how do you approach it? Do you go short or long? Do a fade trade or momentum trade? Where do you place your entry and why? Where do you place your stop and why? And what's your exit strategy? If you can learn to do that, then you're on your way to consistent profitability. And those are the options that are here for you based on this service. So it's interesting because a lot of people get twisted up with what they're currently doing. And if what they're currently doing is not working, then you have to be conscious enough or cognizant enough to be able to make that change in yourself and move on to what is working, and then master that based on your entries, exits, and stops and your trade action. the action that you take during the session. So we pick 9 a.m. to 12 noon as an optimal zone for putting trades on and taking them off. We don't know what's going to happen during that time, but we have laid out key levels, or Saul has laid out key levels, key zones that he is interested in based on how the market is going to behave this morning. The only way he really knows how it's going to behave is by paying attention to what happens based on price change after the cash open. So let's just go back to the TikTok. We open up at 9 a.m. We go through the morning session till 12 noon. During the morning session, 9:30 becomes really important based on time. Right now, what time is it? It's 10:49 a.m. 9:30 is when the cash market opens and there's an influx of activity. And there's, in our humble opinion, more momentum and follow-through to take advantage of based on our fixed areas, the proprietary scalping levels that Saul laid out earlier. So for those that missed them, I'm just going to read them off again. Now they're posted in the chat area. So I'm scrolling back. He had a pivot at 42.91. He had resistance at 98, 43.05, 14, 23, and 28. Support below at 81, 74, 68, 58, and 48. Now, all things being equal, Saul just gave out his roadmap for today's trade. Now, every day is different. These are his zones and his levels. But the point is now you don't have to chase the market after the cash open. You are set up for the day. You're disciplined. Now you're focused. Now, what happens as the market goes into those levels? You have choices to make. Do I do a trade? Does this look good here? Do I go short, long? Where do I enter the trade? Where do I place my stop? Where do I enter the trade? Price. What's my exit strategy? That's what this service is about. To focus you, teach you, discipline you, so that you can do this on your own. So that's what we do every day. Your choice is whether you stay here as a subscriber or not. Your second choice is, let's say you subscribe and you get the nominal rate of $100, which is great for you. Then it's a matter of sticking around, asking questions, learning, paying attention, getting the levels on a daily basis. And then if you want to set up a trading consultation, set up your trading consultation. Then decide whether you want to hear more about Saul's course and his mentoring work, but you can still stay as a monthly and absorb all this great opportunity from an educational point of view. So that's what we do on a daily basis. That's what the opportunities are. So having said that, I'll send out this thing again. And believe me, we know who signs up, who doesn't sign up, who's here, who sneaks in just to get Saul's levels, all that crazy stuff that goes on. But we're pretty aware. So, we're here to help. We're here to provide, but you also have to play ball. Hey, Anupam, how are you? Anad, thank you. Appreciate it. Christine, let me know how you're making out. Gabriella. Pam, let me know. Hey, Gary, you're part of Saul's Friends and Family, right? Sometimes when I shorten up the names, I sometimes can't tell. Harold, James, J, let me know. Hey, Jim K, let me know. John B. Hey, John, did you take the leap the other day? Just let me know back. Chat. Excuse me. Julio, thank you. AKG, KP. Kurt. Linval, hey Mark, Peter O, Robert C, Robert B, Warren R, and Wayne. Just let me know. All right, so I'll be in the background. You know what to do. You know what the opportunities are. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. And again, if you want to have that trading consultation, make sure you sign up for Sol's Friends and Family. The link I send is the link that works, gives you the discount. And if you get exited, it'd take a day or so for us to let you back in. So the only reason you really get exited is if you've been in and you just haven't done anything. You haven't signed up for Sol's Friends and Family. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. The question was, is that if you sign up, well, I should say this. It's not an if. When you're part of Sol's Friends and Family, then you have the opportunity to have a trading consultation based on where you are in your trading. You could be a new trader, and you could be interested in making sure that you're set up properly with the right software, the right unfiltered data feed, the ability to have the right kind of order entry to trade the S&P 500 E-mini. That's like a tweaking type thing that individuals like to do. You know, some trading platforms are really not equipped to handle effective speed trading, if you will. You know, the ins and outs based on the opportunity in front of you when it comes to setting yourself up in a trading business. You know, one of the things that I think is important, and this is just something that you might quickly pick up on around here, is that to do this type of price action trading, you could do it off one monitor. You could do it off a decent size laptop screen. Because if you look at Sol's charts, okay, Sol's charts are very simply represented. I call them in some ways really placeholders for Sol's levels. So when Sol sets up his trading day, he's setting up his trading day effectively. He's around his proprietary scalping levels. Now, that's interesting because just that information that I'm giving you is worth a ton because it takes an individual who is overwhelmed by information and narrows it down to the price action level of the trade. So that is the type of thing that we would talk about based on a trading consultation. Then also where you are in your trading and where you would like to be. Some people are casual traders and don't really care. Some people are very much into it and want to make money and really care. And you'd be surprised because there are people that are just interested in the game, in the action. And that's what happens at a casino. You separate the people out that are just there to have fun, and however that fun transpires, they lose $1,000. They don't care. That was part of their fun of actually the act of gambling. Then you separate those individuals that want to be what they call effective gamblers, right? Professional gamblers. Somebody that takes it more seriously and wants to understand the odds and wants to understand how to beat the house and wants to have a good time by coming off the table with some money in their pocket. And then you got people that are really serious that really want to do this every day as a business. And they set themselves up as a business. The problem is that they have they have nobody to teach them. If general business out there, failures generally in the 80, 90 percentile, just opening up a business and operating it. A lot of times people do franchises because all the stuff is given to them and they can just follow the party line and they can come out with a certain amount of income if they just stick to the rules. So this is a lot like that. Who is going to teach you? Who is going to guide you? Who's going to help you not make the mistakes that people make? In other words, if Saul has already made all those mistakes, by standing on his shoulder, you have the opportunity to focus on what's important, prices, levels, and then the entries, exits, and stops. If you can just do that, how far ahead of the game are you over other people? So the concept here is that when you join up, it really just separates you from the pack, right? Because you've actually paid some money, and that means you're really interested, right? And then the second thing is sticking around and learning as it's happening based on Saul's commentary. And it's interesting too, is because Saul spends some time distracting himself and talking while the market is doing its thing. But as it comes into one of his levels and he's interested, whether it's his pivot or his other levels on top and bottom of that pivot, is when he starts to focus. And you can do the same thing. 2 hours, 9, 10, 11, 12. So what is that? 3 hours of attention in the morning, focused on 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. You could be done in the first trade. You could be done in the second trade. If you're looking to bank $100, $250, $500, that's your choice. But the point is that on a daily basis, you have the opportunity to discipline yourself, focus, apply, and develop the technique, and then make that technique an art form where you're starting to anticipate what's happening and then setting your entries, exits, and stops in and around those levels. And again, we call them levels and zones because there is a personality that really shows itself up after the cash open that you have to contend with, and also adjust your focus for that session or this particular session. So that's what we do every day. So from a trading consultation point of view, we're really trying to find out where you are in your trading, where you'd like to be, and then see if there's any additional help that we can provide you based on the services that Saul offers. I think the most obvious one is whether you're a candidate for his private mentoring or not. And remember, Saul has to also accept individuals. I mean, there's plenty of people out there that Saul has said no to because you can just imagine all the different reasons. So that's, what the opportunities are. Well, it's interesting because, you laid it out perfectly. Everybody comes to the party, differently, when it comes to trading. The things that you mentioned are key because those are the difference between making money and not making money, and then being able to make money and chip away on a consistent basis. And also to know when to back off. So confidence is built based on, I call it the art form, when you start to gain a little bit of a second nature by rinsing and repeating. So if you're coming into the day and you have, let's say, Saul's levels, and you can plot those levels, and you can pay attention to his commentary and what happens around those levels, then you can start to feel it over time. When you're part of Saul's course and his mentoring work, you have the ability to not only receive the levels, but learn how to set the levels. But then you also are able to follow up with him based on the entries, exits, and stops that you did based on his price action or price action trading strategy. And from there, you have the opportunity to be adjusted and tweaked to small little changes that make a world of difference based on trading. And that comes over time. That's why it's interesting that the mentoring service lasts for a year, because the relationship between you and Saul and the market take time. And you're not going to see everything in a short period of time. You're going to see it over time. You're going to make those adjustments and tweaks over the time. And you may not get the adjustment and tweaks right away. It might take you a little, repeat of the same issue over and over again until it gets beaten out of your head. And I don't mean physically beaten. So, again, it's interesting to me that, the difference between, I always go back to professional gambling and gambling because it takes patience, it takes an awareness to get good at anything. And this is your opportunity to do that. So so when you end up, on the phone with Saul, that's really what the opportunity is. Whether you'll ask him questions, I'll answer them. If it's something that he's providing in a service, based on his mentoring and his coursework, he'll let you know, and you take it from there. But absolutely, discipline and control. And I have to say that it's interesting because traders, think about it this way. You're sitting in front of your screen today and you're looking to derive income and money for whatever purpose out of the market. Too often, we're pressed to take action because we feel that we have to make money today, because we have set ourselves up by setting our day up with our screens and our software and our pad and our, everything is working and our charts are set up and the things are blinking and going on, and we feel like we have to be in to be valid for the day. I would say a better opportunity is to focus on doing it right. Focus on understanding when to go into a trade and when not to go into a trade. Focus on the action of price in and around, in this case, Sol's levels, and practice trade with one contract in simulation until you start to understand the price movement to the part where it's boring you to death, but you're getting it. Because this is your business. Your business should be learning how to trade, not trading. Your business should only do trades based on good trades versus bad trades, disciplined trades. You're the talent in your trading business. I always, every once in a while I ask people to go look in the mirror as the owner and talent in their business. Now, when the owner looks in the mirror, it sees the talent. Would you fire yourself because you're just terrible at it, or you're just not making any money? Or would you send that individual that's looking back at you for training? And who would you send him to learn from? Would you send him to some dude in his underwear in his basement, excuse my expression? Or would you send him to somebody like Sol that's been doing this for 25 years and is particularly good at it and is willing to take you under his wing and teach you? So there's a lot that goes on based on the opportunity and who you're going to pay attention to, and who do you want to teach you, focus you, and then adjust and tweak you. And that's really it. So again, right now it's 11:10. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Nothing's to be taken as direct trading advice. You're trading between you and your broker at your own risk. If you're interested in being part of this, make sure you sign up for Sol's monthly subscription. Usually it's $379 a month. It's on special today for $100 a month. So sign yourself up and then schedule your trading consultation if you so choose. Stick around. You don't have to have a trading consultation. You can just stick around, be part of this from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. And again, we'll be happy to consider working with you based on Sol's course and his mentoring work. So you've got the ball, as they say. Just let us know. So the best place to get in touch is here. So we do everything in Zoom. What we can do is we can talk on Skype if you want. Skype is a good way to communicate. I know there's other... let me know what works for you. What we can do is when Sol pops in, let's say tomorrow for the morning session, or if he comes in today, but I know you're heading out. But you can set up a schedule with him based on being part of his friends and family, and then set up a time that works for you and works for him. Hey, John, how are you? So, Nad, let me know if that works for you. John B., and you get a good night's sleep. And what's interesting here, just for those that are on different schedules, is you could be done in the first half an hour after the 9:30 open in New York, in and around Sol's pivot. So, the concept here is to do as few trades as possible to bank your money and be finished for the day. So depending on where you're hailing from, the hours are available to you. Absolutely. Hey, John B. Now, John, I have a question for you, and I think I might be off on this. Did you sign up for Sol's Friends and Family? I think you did. Just let me know back. Hey, Robert, I appreciate it. And John B., let me ask you a quick question. If I send you out the link for $379 a month, which one would you choose? The $379 a month? Because some people do, Some people think that the information here is so important to them that they're certainly willing to pay the $379, and they do. The concept of the $100 a month is just to weed out the people that we should talk to, right? So why don't I send it out to you now so that I can say that you are part of it? Because I know that A, I think you belong, and B, I'd like to see a part of it. So let me know if you can do that right now. I just sent it out to everybody. It went out to all attendees, so it should be in your chat. Let me know if we can get that done now there, John. And yes, there was a lot of action today. Gabriella, let me know if you're back. Harold, James, and Wayne. Hey, Warren, how are you? Robert, thank you for that. Peter O, Mark L. Hey, Kurt. Joel. Hey, Ham, let me know if you need any help. Hey, Adam, did you want a trading consultation? I can't remember how we left it.
All right, you can see here we've been range bound here. I know it's big range, but we are been range bound. And just to John, just to talk to you about the trades that we made. We had a couple trades today, just based off of our levels that we gave out this morning, regardless of any price action opportunities that might have occurred. We had our resistance up there at the 98 early on this month, first thing off the morning. And then we had another rotation down to our 81 level. Both of those levels got triggered. And we had two trades on those two occasions this morning. If you were with us when we started, then I kind of talked us through those trades as it was occurring. So those trades did happen. This chop right now, this afternoon chop, is tough to trade. As traders, we actually try to stay away from this back and forth kind of guessing which way it's going to go. It's a range-bound trade. It's also a big range-bound trade. Given the volatility today, it's about 10-point range-bound trade. But again, this is something that we like to stay away from because it catches people short or long at the wrong time and cost you money. But as far as our levels were concerned, we had both of our levels got triggered. And given the day with the volatility, we're looking for 4 or 5 point stops with the 4 or 5 point profit targets. And we've achieved those opportunities today with the levels that we gave out. I don't know, were you here this morning when we gave the levels out? If you were, then maybe you got them, and maybe you missed them. I don't know, but I did work through the couple trades that we had this morning as the market was moving around. And the chop here, I did mention that this is even though it's a bigger range. Even though it's a bigger range this morning, we are trying to stay away from this chop. Our next level of resistance we have is up here at the 05 to 06 area. We're looking at that as our next opportunity here as a little resistance. Again, the most important thing today, given the extra volatility and where it's opened up and how it's trading, you would have to, like I said, keep about 4 or 5 points, 3 to 4, depending on how comfortable you are and where you're at. And if the volatility is too great, then you should kind of wait for things to slow down, or just trade one lots and keep a wider stop so you give yourself a chance to stay in the trade because of the extra slippage that might occur given the extra volatility that's coming to the market. Today we opened up as the fourth worst opening range off of off a close. Like this is the fourth worst, 60 S&P points lower was the fourth worst in Dow in the S&P history books, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I read earlier. So pretty crazy how it's definitely out there, and how it definitely is a different little trade here when you open up so much lower. But hey, it is what it is. All right, now we've come up here to our 5 area. Remember, it's an area. And we were trading an area, and when it comes up to this level, it's not like one spot. I mean, you could make it one spot if you're trading one lot. Then get in accordingly and make sure you keep your stop in place. But we're looking at the 5-6 area here, and see what it wants to do up here as some resistance. Make sure you keep your stops in place. You never know when people get caught short, and we've seen some nasty rallies off of those lows, especially when they ran to those lows a couple times. They rallied them in a big way, catching a lot of people short. So that's why we want to try to stay away from those moves if possible, and picking your spots and finding the opportunities patiently is the key. What I think is the key. All right, that's where we're at today. Let me repeat the levels in case you missed them. Our pivot this morning is 42.91. Resistance here at 98, then above that 43.05, 14, 23, and then 28. And then I'll give you some more levels, 36 and 42 above. And support below we had at 81, 74, 68, 58, and 48. All right, so that's what we are. That's where we're at. And we'll see what it wants to do over here against our 0506 area. All right. So be patient, wait for the opportunities, keep your stops in place. Those are all logical scenarios for what we're trying to do here. As the market slowly makes a little bit of push up here. All right, get back in bed. Oops. All right, you can see here we went right up to our 5-6 area and are getting a nice rotation here off of our level. Again, patience has to be the optimal situation here, and if you were patient, waited for the opportunity, good things happen, and we did get right up to that level of resistance and then turned it over and came back down. So nice little trade there. If you got in at 4 or 5 or even 6, there was a whole bunch that traded at 5. Somebody had a big unit to try to get rid of if you were watching the price action there, and they had some bonds, some ES to sell there, so they did, and it kind of held the market back, and now we're getting this nice rotation. So hopefully, again, patience. Next level on the upside after this is up at the 14 area. Hopefully, if you've been with us and watching the trade, we've been talking about being patient, and hopefully you have been and waited for a nice opportunity to make a nice little rotation here off of our 5-6 area. Okay, get back here in a bit.
Hey, quick shout out. Welcome to Harold L. Hey, Harold, welcome. Give me a quick sound check. Ham, let me know if you're back. James J, let me know if you're back. Wayne, let me know if you're back. Wayne. Gabriella, let me know if you're back. Gabriella. Hey, Darren, welcome aboard. Hey, Darren, give us a quick sound check. Use the chat feature to respond. That's for Darren M. Hey, Darren, I'll give you a quick overview about what we do here on a daily basis and what the opportunities for you are as a trader. Hey, Darren, how are you? We're focused on scalping and trading the S&P 500 E-mini based on a price action trading strategy. Are you new to trading experience? Just let us know back in chat. Yeah, no, we try to help new traders get set off on the right foot and then work them into a price action trading strategy. I consider, in my opinion, price action the last bastion of hope for traders. So as a new trader, you really have an opportunity to really focus on price action trading yourself without having to wait and go through all the trials and tribulations and pain associated with trying to figure out your strategy and how to utilize trading software. So when you say new, do you mean new to the S&P 500 E-mini or new to trading in general? And I guess I would ask what platform you're using. And if you need a platform, let us know. We can always set you up with one or set you up with somebody that can provide you with one. Oh, that's great. You know, the S&P 500 E-mini is a representation of a price, like a derivative of the basket of 500 stocks. You know, what's nice about trading futures is that you're just trading the price. You're not worried about particular stocks. You're not worried about pattern day trading rules. So if you're interested in learning how to trade or trading, you know, for a living, you know, the S&P 500 E-mini is a very good instrument. What I would do is, for yourself, I would take the time to look it up on Google. I would look up S&P 500 E-mini, read about it, You quickly understand that it does represent 500 stocks based on a price. That price can go up and down, and you'll see by the charts the actual price movement. The advantages of trading the S&P 500 E-mini is that you can go short or long pretty easily. In other words, you can participate in the market as it goes up to make money, or on the way down to make money. Also remember that trading is very risky. Trading is hard. It takes effort on your part. In a lot of cases, it takes the opportunity to be taught how to do it. In other words, the mistakes not to make. And that's what we provide here. And what do you have set up to trade with? Do you have a brokerage account at a particular firm? Okay. So you should see if they can, I think they have the ability to set you up with an opportunity to trade the S&P 500 E-mini. I would do it in simulation only until you get good at it. You should look up your account and see if it has the opportunity to do that. And if it does, great. If you need a rec after that, an introduction, let us know. You want to make sure you have the right order entry. You want to make sure you have the right data feed, that you're getting the data, and that you can simulate trade first before you risk any of your money. And then if you're looking for somebody to work with you and teach you, that's something that we could provide. This service is a monthly service. It's nominal. It's $100 a month. It's priced at $100 now. It's usually $379 a month, so it's on special offer. But the idea is, how do you sort of sidestep all the mistakes, or a lot of the mistakes people make when they're starting out trading? And we help you do that. Hey, Gabriella, you back? Let me know in chat. I am. Let me know if you're back. Harold L., let me know if you are in the house. And Wayne. Hey, Wayne, let me know if you're back. Wayne.
To 12 East 35th. It's a full floor townhouse apartment. It's all newly renovated. Got yourself a coat closet. Okay. And here you have your kitchen, stainless steel appliances. You got yourself electric fireplace. This is all central air, central heat. So you have your color video intercom. This is your own thermostat you got for your central air, central heat. It is a great unit, energy efficient, cools up the place or warms it up in minutes. Bathroom, of course, and then the bedroom. One of the bedrooms here. Okay. And here's the closet. Okay. Perspective. That's the bedroom. Nice size. Coming around. Nice and open layout over here, as you see. Very sizable place. Okay. Walls up. You got the other bedroom right here. So it's a true 2-bedroom. It's a full floor apartment. Really nice size. Now, one of the best parts is you got this backyard, private outdoor space. Okay. Private outdoor space, which is great. Okay. Really nice. And forgot to mention that downstairs there is laundry. So there's only 4 units in the building. And here is your washer dryer. All right. Thanks for checking it out.
Hey, quick shout out to Harold. Hey, Harold, welcome aboard. Let us know though how we can help you. If you need a description of our services, just let me know back in chat, and I'll be glad to give them to you, or give it to you. So we're concentrating on a price action trading methodology here. It's a taught methodology. There's 3 levels of service here. There's guest, which you're coming in as. There is a monthly subscription, which provides you with entry, particularly between the hours of 9 and 12, when the action is. From an educational point of view, Sol is providing key areas and zones, and then commentary as the market comes into those areas and zones. Traders find it very helpful to have the better levels and also the opportunity to interact with Sol during that session, and that's an everyday opportunity, trading days. And then from there, there's the opportunity to be part of or learn about Sol's course and his mentoring work, and that's done through a opportunity to have a trading consultation. I'll send out to you now. It should come in the chat area. Let me know if you got it. An opportunity to sign up at a discount. Right now it's on for $379 is the normal price. Right now it's on for $100 a month, which is a discount. If you get the discount, you get to keep it, which means that you're in charge. It'll roll over if you want. If not, you can cancel it. And it's between you and PayPal. So again, let us know what you're interested in doing, and we'll see if we can help you based on your trading and the opportunities that present itself based on scalping and trading the S&P 500 E-mini. Hey, quick shout out to Wayne. Hey, Wayne, are you back? Let me know in chat. Wayne. James J, let me know if you're back. Ham, let me know if you're back. Gabriella, let me know if you're back. Use the chat feature to respond. Thank you. Hey, quick shout out to James J. Hey, James, you back? Let me know in chat. James J. Hey, Wayne, let me know if you're back. Wayne. Gabriella, let me know if you're back. I am, let me know if you're back. Use the chat feature to respond. Thank you.